Well, hello again, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome to Flying with Mike. We are sitting at the old Hong Kong International Airport before the turn of this century, Saitek. Planning a flight down to Singapore, so I hope you all enjoy. We are in the Felis 747-200. We're flying for Pan Am Virtual, and should be a fun 5-hour flight. So sit back, relax, enjoy, join us as we head south to Singapore. All right, I just had to let the music roll on. This is, like I said, the old international airport here in Hong Kong. Obviously, at the look of it, you can go, kind of know why we needed a new airport. I mean, they're really, for the burgeoning Cathay Pacific and everything going on in the region, it just had to be bigger. No room here to expand, so they went over to where they are now, and now there's actually, instead of, let me pan back quickly, instead of the one runway, there are three. So gives you an idea of the traffic, plus the cargo facility here. Let me see if I can focus that in. Yeah, that is back here. Well, now it's the second largest. Guess who leads the way? FedEx, Memphis. Although, you look at UPS's setup, you could see a good run for the number 2 slot, but it is now Hong Kong. It's an incredible location. Also, if you're not 100% aviation buff like many of us, this is home, and I don't know if we'll see it. Let me kind of pan out to the checkerboard approach. Oh yeah, there it is. Right here is the checkerboard. That's not how I've envisioned it or seen it maybe in videos of the airport, but it's pretty prominent when you come down that approach on the IGS. So, and then, of course, the iconic Hong Kong International Airport right here on the building. I'll kind of come in a little. You ought to be able to see it now. Yeah, well known, really, really well done scenery here for us in X-Plane. And here is a link. Hang on a second. I forgot. I think I know it, but I want to make sure before I type it wrong. I would have. Yeah, I would have gotten it on try number 2. Not because I'd have came here, but it would make sense. Here's how you get your grubby paws on it. Now, when we first came into this scenery, hang on, I'm going to shift here. I really wasn't certain what would, if any, navigational devices would be available. If you read the documentation, you're going to find out there are a couple of ways designers, airplane designers and all, get their information off Navigraph. Okay. And lo and behold, we had the IGS. in Felis. Now, I don't think we will in Rotate. Haven't tried it yet. Not sure when or if and all of that will happen. But this is just an amazing, amazing airport. The other reason this airport needed to go, I don't know how many major mishaps they had, but they had a lot that bordered on it. Wingtips, engines hit on the runway, because to come in, you fly at the checkerboard, and I forget the actual distance you turn for the runway. Now, you're supposed to be visual at a certain altitude, and then that way you can see and gauge for yourself when to turn. Making this a very complicated, difficult approach, especially in weather. Oh, they never get weather. It's always just like this. Clear skies, 70 degrees. 700 degrees? No. No, it's pretty warm here, and yeah, they get a lot of thunderstorms, even typhoons, and all of that. Lions and tigers and bears are probably roaming across too. So no. So I mean, it is sometimes very inhospitable, and both airports, even the new one, it's a challenge to get in sometimes. Just more conventional, not the having to turn like an LDA normally is, which is what the IGS kind of sort of is. All right, but again, the link is in the Twitch forums, YouTube followers. Hey, it'll be in the description box below. Hey, give it a try, folks. This is what flying was all about. Approaches like this. Iconic approaches like this, the checkerboard. And they didn't call it checkerboard for no reason. There's a checkerboard you aim at. So give it a try. It's actually pretty fun, especially in Felis. You can put the coordinates in pretty well. Just got to follow the chart. Oh, by the way, they give you charts because Navigraph won't. So yeah, it's a good approach. All right. Now, again, we are flying for Pan Am Virtual, so give us a look, folks. We'd love to have some new pilots in here and flying some routes. We got some events popping up, internal events, but nonetheless, they'll be interesting to fly out. So check us out there. VAMSys.io VAMSys.io/register/PAA. Would love to have you aboard. All right, what's my moderator up to? Stand by. Let me see what he's doing. Okay, don't know. But anyway, we're getting ready to go. Nice to see him aboard. And we will get this going. Now, I do have it powered up, obviously. Duh, we have lights in the cockpit, lights outside. One thing with the LTN, always keep in mind, stay on the power source you are until aligned. Now, there are things in this plane that help you. So, take advantage if you're not familiar with LTN, or have the fun and do it yourself. So, and that, I think, what I'm going to do some of today. The route itself, no, that will be plugged in by yours truly and the EFB. Yeah, and before I get the comments, yeah, I know there were no tablets back in the day of the 747-200. Well, actually, to be really fair about it, there were. They just weren't allowed in the cockpit or on the plane because they're a little heavy. Stone tablets were around. So, little weight, can't have that much weight in the plane. But yes, tablets were around. Just because you may not have been. It's another story. We're not going down that road. But yeah, the good old classic 747-200, 3 people, pilot, co-pilot, and the guy behind this, really behind the curtain, doing a lot of their work so they can try and make sure to get to the right airport. Not just kidding. I mean, navigating back then was a little different than today. It was, it really was an era. But yeah, the flight engineer monitored the engines, fuel, air, pneumatics, hydraulics, fire suppression, APU, power, electric. I mean, all of it, so that they could just make sure the coordinates were getting in right. All of that to get the plane on where it needed to be. No navigators flew on this, although not many years prior, there actually sat a navigator in the cockpit. Oh yeah, I mean, you're coming out of where there were hardly any navaids to now navaids and INS and all of that. So it is a great aircraft. All right, and speaking thereof, let's get to work. I was just about to I was trying to get as much of the checks done prior to going live, but noon came up way too quick. All right, so we're to the point, though, of getting just our last part here, the actual pilot, co-pilot panels and the center console. All right, so we'll just do a quick check here of our VOR. Up left, down right, good. Coming across, flight director, looks like it's working. Off on the throttles, off on the autopilot heading. We're set on dual. Let's get that up a little bit. How about 5,000 feet? All right, we'll come back to this. Vertical speed 0, off on the pitch indications, off on the altitude. Another flight director. Up left. Down right. You just want to make sure you get some kind of movement and you see the glide slope. Radios are both in radio. Okay, moving along. Okay, clock looks good. By the way, we're set back about 9.5 hours. It is, I'm sorry. Yeah, we're set back 9.5 hours. It's actually already tomorrow in Hong Kong. And I just don't like flying at night with the planes. You can't really see much, and I know people say we ought to fly real, and I do. How do you know I didn't set it 12 hours? Because it's not dark. Okay, now another thing about Kai Tak, you're not going to get weather. The airport doesn't exist. Take a look at VHHX for your weather. We're not talking, you know, right on the same property. No, there's some mileage between the two, not as much to worry about. But you go off of Hong Kong International, Victor Hotel. All right, working our way across, we'll do a test and we'll get a sound. We will not get one on the other side. Okay, we're all set. Everything looks good. Okay, the warning lights came on. That's good. Reset. And now, why I set to 5,000? Just to make sure. We get the altitude alarm. need to take a look at something here that Desktop Society was telling us. Where'd he go? There he is. Cool. And so Desktop Pilot is saying he just finished a flight from St. Louis to Tampa. If you're not familiar, folks, from now about St. Louis, Memphis, kind of draw the Mississippi River east, there's a major winter storm in progress, ice down south, heavy snows throughout the rest, and just for the U.S., okay, let me caveat it, bitter cold temperatures. And I could imagine little Harry out of St. Louis. The snow crews are getting very haggard. They've been at it well over 24 hours, maybe 36 hours, trying to keep at least one, if not two, runways open. So think about that when you're complaining my flight's late. Well, they're trying their hardest. You just may not like it. As for Pratt PT6, welcome aboard. And you are flying the Felis cargo version. Awesome. Very cool. Very cool indeed. So welcome aboard, Desktop Pilot Society and Pratt PT6. Glad to always have you all aboard. All right, so we did our alt, and we didn't finish. We'll just take it up. It won't alarm. We'll take it back to 5,000. You never hear this.
Glide slope. Glide slope. Pull up. Glide slope.
You might on Desktop Pilot Society. Not mine.
Glide slope. Glide slope.
Hang on, let me push my nose in a little. Mr. Pinocchio here. All right. Rudder ratio is just a light on the alert panel here. Working our way down. Flaps are 00. Gear down. Showing down with the 1 green. Shots fired. Couldn't resist after your remark of a hard landing in Tampa. Geez, you think you'd have greased it for them so they could just come up and go, I said, man, that pilot, man, he needs to go back to flight school. Little do they know we didn't go to flight school. Oh, anyway. But yeah, only 1 green instead of 5 for a 747. Now, they do have 4 on the MD-11s, so I'm kind of shocked they didn't do it for this one. Although, let's be honest, the MD-11 was built by McDonnell Douglas, not Boeing. So let's put the proper adieu where it belongs. All right, so we're checking them out again, testing, everything looks good. And as mentioned earlier, we will not get an alarm on or audible. And that's good. Clock's off. Everything's looking good coming back across. I'm going to go ahead, set TCAS to 40. Coming down and click up. All right, looking good. We have the LTNs. They're not SIVAs. They're a generation, we'll call it a generation thing back. So you got SIVA, strictly coordinates, lat long, period. Cannot enter anything else, and adding insult to injury, 9 at a time. So once you burn, you can't put 9 on each one, just 9. So as you go down them, you can fill in with more behind it. Now, LTN comes along. Improvement on SIVA. But they're both still the same. Lateral navigation only, meaning, you know, where you're pointing the nose horizontally. No vertical addition yet. That would come with the FMCs, nav displays, all of that fun stuff. However, LTN gives you the ability to go to 98 fixes. And you're not restricted to only lat long coordinates. You can put in 5-character ICAO fixes, 3-character VOR NDB, airport IDs if need be. Basically, any fix. You can also, if you draw lines off of VOR to an intersection, you can do that, putting in, say, ABC is your VOR, radial 300, and the distance, boom, that's where I want it to be. However, you cannot put in SID names like we do in the FMCs. You won't be able to. Or stars, standard terminal arrival routing. You have to individually put their fixes in. That also opens up RNAV departure arrivals. Again, you'll have that information. You can do it. Now, if you have the coordinates, you could put them in, but you don't for the SIVA. All right, so that's the big difference. Then we leap to the FMC, and you know what you can do there. Lateral navigation, vertical navigation. So how do you do vertical navigation in LTN? Hey, you, the pilot. You're the one that's going to be doing that, not your onboard avionics. You can use the autopilot, yes, but you're setting it. It's not a preset number like they are in FMCs. All right, so that's the big thing. Now, some other little caveats for the real world that I don't know if they fully extend into the simulation world. You cannot move the plane during alignment. You want a case study to read and study up on KAL 007. Korean Airlines 007. Back in the 80s. Not a good read, I'm going to tell you right now. Bad day for the Soviet Union. For those too young to know what the Soviet Union was, Russia. They shot down a 747. Why? A number of things I've heard, but the big one was they moved the aircraft during the time the inertial navs were being aligned. Now, after this incident, many airlines took to no passenger loading, no fuel loading, nothing to potentially move that plane till they were done. No cargo went on the plane. So you get the drift. That was a pretty serious deal. The other thing, right now we're on jetway ground power. So we're on ground power. Be it off the jetways, be it off the power units outside. If you start the alignment on ground power, stay on ground power till the alignment's over. Folks, it only takes 10 minutes. But you can fire the APU up, start warming the plane if you're in Alaska, or cooling it if you're here in Hong Kong. But you just don't want to turn the generators on until you're fully aligned. Okay? That means all 3 units. You'll see what I mean here in a second, because there will be a slight delay because you'll put we're going to put the coordinates in all 3, so it takes time to then move over, put it in here, come down, put it in there. But once all 3 are done, then you can kick the generators on. And then disconnect the ground power and all that good fun stuff, except in X-Plane, that'll be when the jetways go back. All right, that's enough on that, I think. But that's the big thing. And again, I don't know if those are fully simulated. I mean, Felis goes enormous ways of realism in this plane. Excuse me, so it really wouldn't surprise me. But anyway, getting back here, All right, speed brakes are down. Flaps are, we've already looked at the gauges, but the lever itself is 0, and right up here, 0 and 0. Your inboard, outboard, or it's the other way around. Anyway, both at 0. There's our configuration check for takeoff. Everything looks good there. Oh, too far. There we go. Fuel levers are in cutoff, and radios are set. We're on exponder for the transponder and standby for the radio or radar. I'm going to go ahead and run the paddle up 5 degrees. All right, so that brings us to getting the aircraft ready to go INS wise. All right, so let's come back up to the overhead. Requirements for the alignment to start. Obviously, your radio master bus, essential and number 2, both on. By the way, if they're not on, you won't see your radio numbers. So they are on. Now, again, remember I told you I brought them up to standby so you could see the information. Now we're going to go to align and then nav. Okay, and now we can come back down to them and get ready to start loading the coordinates. Now, you cannot use Navigraph for this. The airport is not in the database. However, let me page up here. I know we have coordinates in, I think we're in Bay 4. Let me take a look outside the plane. If it tells us. Ah, it didn't. Well, we'll just count 1, 2, 3, 4. Easy, easy peasy. All right, so let's go over here. Now let me show you the quick and down and dirty way. I'm even half tempted to do it on this flight. 2 reasons. 1, I don't know if these coordinates are right. 2, it does speed the process up quite a bit. Okay, 22, 19 point, okay. Let's do the quick align. And there it is, right there, quick align. Boom, you're aligned. You don't have to worry about anything. Or you can put in our case, 22, 19.7, 114, 11.7. So you can see they're right there. And that's why I think I am going to just go click. And then we come back. Clear. Boom. Clear. Boom. Clear. And there they are. Status is nav 1 is your status, is the number 1. That means you're aligned. All right. Now, maybe in Singapore we'll do that coming back. We are coming back to Saitek, by the way. This flight goes down to Singapore, does its thing, then comes back through Saitek back to Japan. So you can tell we're going to have another Saitek flight inbound here soon. All right, we're going to be coming off. Okay, so we're going to be flying the EPODS-1 Alpha instead of what's being shown. Again, the runway chosen is because there's no METAR. So that's why. However, if you go off of the other Hong Kong airport, you now know 090 at something. All right. Now, before we go anywhere, let me show you the route. and quick information. All right, so we use Sim Toolkit for this. It's the unofficial scorekeeper, and does a real good job. I mean, it just always is there for us. So here's Hong Kong, here's there. Now, if we zoom in, you can see it's showing our route out as if we were doing runway 31. Okay, we're going off runway 13. So it is a little different. Unfortunately, I can't show that chart, so we'll just go straight into it. The payload, block fuel, zero fuel weight, ramp, and those numbers are going to all change here as we load the plane. Passengers 283, that will be what I fly with. I will take 283. And we will carry cargo, so that's already going to bump up at least 30,000 pounds. Again, we're going to fly the EPD 1 Alpha to EPDOS and then follow the route down to runway 2 left's Alana 1 Alpha arrival. 38,000's where we're going to fly at. Mach 0.85. Winds, thank goodness, aren't as mean as they have been of late. Now, they probably are howling above us in the U.S. Couple flights we've done over 100-knot headwinds. Ugh. But look on the bright side, when you turn around and go back the other way, it's a tailwind. All right. Now, weather, again, we're not going to get anything at Kai Tak. However, down in Singapore, it's currently 75 degrees. Wind out of the north at 8 knots, 010 at 8. We're going to be coming in to left. I got to go look that one up. Hang on. To left. Okay, to left. I was like, no, we're not landing on the military one. Okay, to left will work. We'll come back, find us a parking spot somewhere in there. Okay, cool. Just looking at Sim Toolkit, or charts, sorry. And so really we got a pretty good day out flying ahead of us. And I think we're going to come into a setting sun. We'll see. All right, so let's get to work, shall we? And we're going to start with back at the EFB. Now, this is where I tell you things can really be sped up. Just be careful. Next. All right, look for V. Oh, I didn't save it. Oh, man, come on there, Captain. What are you doing? Well, let me see here. I'm trying to... Oh, there's my downloader. Oh, wait. I know where it's hiding. Good. We don't have to go that hard, arduous route. I forgot about this. Snow to stop. What? And export. Yes. And close. Close. Yeah, we know. All right. Now let me do a refresh. And next. There it is. Always double check. What I did once, we were going to Beijing and I clicked this one just because I saw RJAA. Oh, not a good idea. We had to add fixes en route. That was fun for those that didn't get a chance to see it. All right, so here it is. And we only have 17 fixes currently. Okay, again, remember, I told you we're going to be putting fixes into EPDOS. Not many, but we'll be putting some in, and also for the arrival. So, all right, so now we're going to go to select. Let's see something real quick. Waypoint? Not yet. Okay. I was curious if I clicked on that. There we go. Now you see them in there, but you're going, oh, actually, they're in all three. Okay. We'll get into where we'll cross it and everything. You'll see how this works out pretty cool. All right. Now that we're aligned, we're going to go ahead and get that APU fired up. Okay. Just watching my gauges till we're at 100% RPM and things stabilize on the exhaust gas temperature. All right, and we'll close the top half. If you wanted to do the checks, you could click the buttons down here. We're just going to connect in. And then put the bleed on. Now, we're still not getting bleed air until we open packs. Now we are, and we are still connected. Can't disconnect. They've made it now the function of the X-plane when the jetway's there to be available. So we're disconnected as of right now. All right, so let's get back down here. We've got that, and let's also do this and get our load set up. Load today will fly 1,470 miles. So we'll set, as you can see, 50 is what we can. So we'll set 1,538. 164 will be a headwind of 20. Our alternate is Kuala Lumpur. And that is 220 miles away. Get our 10% in there, get our 30 minutes worth of taxi, both out to the runway and back in Singapore. And that's our baseline. So this is where we start at. Now, if you remember, and here's something good to note, nobody's on the plane at all. The block fuel is 109,542. That's what SimBrief says we need to go with their numbers. Currently, we're at 111,126,000 pounds. Not sure where disconnect is. So at this point, I throw SimBrief out the window. 283 peeps. That's the only number I'll work with. We're at 286. Take one out of first class. 1, 2. And there's 283. Now, just the way SimBrief said, 283 passengers, 0 cargo. Remember, 109,000 will say 500 pounds of fuel. We now stand at 120,000 pounds, 429 pounds of fuel. That's before I throw any cargo on. And we're going to throw 50% on. Why not? We got the room. Why not try to pay for the flight below below the main deck and make profit off the people. Why not? That's what we're going to do. And believe me, out in the middle, in the Far East, those airplanes hauled a lot of cargo, especially, and most were wide bodies. Yes, there are some your normal narrow body domestic aircraft, but you would be shocked at the number of wide bodies flying 300 miles, 400 miles, from 747s to 767s to A330s to A340 50s and maybe even 80s. So, yeah, there's a lot of stuff happening in the Far East that boggle the mind, and it's amazing. And that's kind of cool to see if you're looking for a VA and you want to fly heavies from the start. This is where you go, to the Far East. How did our PAX count come down? Oh, I know how it did. Dang it, I did it again. All right, well, we'll take... There we go. I know what I did. I clicked PAX. Oh, I went 75. Sorry. Maximum zero fuel weight for the plane is 526. And that's good. Yeah, why don't we go with that? All right, nice heavy takeoff. All right, so we got nearly 60,000 pounds, actually more than 60,000 pounds of cargo, plus the people. We're at 122,000 pounds payload, which is double what was planned. However, the calculator adjusts for all of that weight, so it's really cool to work with. So we're now up to 129,453 pounds of fuel. Lots of fuel, lots of plane, lot going on. So, but you really can't load it here. Here's the load sheet. People, 62,260 pounds. That equals what SimBrief said. We're actually, and then add another 60,400 pounds. Stave trim will be 3.6. However, to load the plane, we got to go to refuel, use loaded data sheet, and that will take time to put 89,000 pounds in. So we're going to instantly load it. Payload, use data sheet. This is what we're going to load, and I'm going to start the process. When the cargo gets to 0 or to 60,400 pounds down here, guess what? We will see the cargo doors. I'll be right back. All right, sorry. The boss, CEO, and wife wanted to update me on some things going on with our family. So, but anyway, now that's all taking place. Again, if you remember, we've loaded this into our FMC or LTNs, and we'll be here in a minute. All right, so I am going to go in here and now add in the fixes from Saitek to EPDOS. All right. Bear with me 1 second. Where's EPDOS? There it is. Okay, so we have Oh, isn't this nice? No names to these fixes. Yeah, they're no-name fixes. Okay, whiskey. I don't even know if that's in there. Alrighty. I love this. Let me just check the next page. Oh, here we go. Whiskey, intercept, CH. Okay, so we're doing it. Okay, that's how we're doing it. All right, so not sure if the TD follow the SID. Hang on, whiskey is trying to find the VOR, so bear with me. Then 235. And by the way, a lot of them would fly it this way and then out off of there. Okay, we'll try and do this hand flying bit. So we're going to leave it as is and work the routing out as we go. So now again, let me state we are going to fly for this EPDOS 1 alpha out to a fix called Whiskey, turn to 235 and hope for the best and intercept the radio 190 off of CHVOR to EPDOS. And at that point, we'll go direct EPDOS and away. All right. And then we'll get within an hour or two of Singapore. We'll put in the depart or the arrival. And that will be able to show in all of that fun stuff. All right. So, hey, you know what? We're just waiting on the people. So we're good to go. Let's get up top here. And I'm really shocked I can't. Oh, wait a minute. There it is. 115. I couldn't find it before. Now I just did. Actually, I could probably just leave it. Yeah, I'm just going to leave it on. What is that all about? Where's Idossi? Kind of confused here. Hang on. Oh, I'm reading the. Okay, disregard. Then on to EPDOS. Any notes? 7,000, no higher there. Maximum 14,000 at CH. Okay. So we'll set 7,000. And okay, I am just looking for. Yeah, we'll do 1550. Heading 136. Okay, back up here. And then we're intercepting 190. And that is where's CH at? Dun 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 dun. Where is CH? There it is, 12.3. And the good thing is, we have to set this up for updating. We can do that right now. All right, so we're set here. Let's go 136. So at or below 7,000 by crossing TH, at or below 14,000 once we get on the year. So 14,000 will probably be our max. And for now, okay. And lastly, let's get down here and set these up to update. Status. Enter. Wait a minute. Expand, my bad. And up one. Enter. Okay, so that's set. Okay, status, expand. Oh wait, down, expand, up, enter. All right, let's go here. All right, well, we're not updating yet. Once we get airborne, hopefully we will. All right, what do you say? We're ready to go. Let's take a look here. Are all the peeps aboard? 14,283. Everything looks good. This is what's currently on board. Okay, we'll go back, get our performance, flaps 20. Load sheet. All right. And 131, well, hang on. Let's get the airport put in here. We're looking at a 10,900 foot runway. Airport elevation. This is a weird chart, so bear with me. 15 feet. And again, looking over at Hong Kong. It is 19 degrees. One more time. Uh, 050 at 5. 10, 20. Okay, 050 at 5. Sounds good. All right, so we're going to need 6,500 feet of runway. 131, 139, 151. We're going to set the speed bugs. Here's our climb speed. So initially 3.6 for the trim, a 14-degree nose up pitch on takeoff, above 10,000 feet, 311. Looks good to me. Let's do it. Okay, let me do a check here. We are on. Okay.
Ground power disconnected.
All right, we're just about ready.
Hey, Captain, let me know where you want this thing. Great news, Captain. Your tow's coming. All right. Looks like the doors and hatches are closed and we're ready to connect.
All right, we're just waiting on him.
Cockpit to ground. Remove the chocks.
Chocks removed.
All right, let's do a quick before he says we're ready to push. Okay, everything looks good. Way we're set.
Welcome aboard, Captain. Tow's connected. Bypass pins inserted. Go ahead and kill the parking brake when you're ready to go.
All right, and bear with me a second. I just like. All right, battery, fuel. Just making sure everything's in their proper locations.
Parking brake released.
Here comes the pushback. Light them up.
Ready to start the engines.
Ready for engine start.
Starting engine 3.
Starter valve open. %, and 2.
Fuel on. Light up.
Starter off. Engine stabilized.
Starting engine 4.
Starter valve open. %, and 2.
Fuel on. Light up.
Starter off. Engine stabilized.
Starting engine 1.
Starter valve open. %, and 2.
Fuel on. Light up.
Just about done here. Go ahead and set your parking brake.
Parking brake set.
And we're disconnecting the tow. Give me just a moment.
Starter off. Engine stabilized.
Starting engine 2.
Starter valve open. %, and 2.
Fuel on. Light up.
And we're disconnected. Signal and pin on the right. Take it easy and have a safe flight.
Starter off. Engine stabilized.
Perfect. All right, I'm checking something. Something's not adding up right here. All right, well, we'll do our best here. That's all we can do. All right.
Ladies and gentlemen, this is your captain speaking. On behalf of the entire crew, welcome aboard the Boeing 747 Classic. We will depart shortly after we have our clearance and the cabin crew is finished with their preparations. For now, I wish you a pleasant flight, and I will be back during the flight with further flight information. Cabin crew, arm slides.
All doors are closed and armed.
All right, that's enough time for us. Okay, we're going to put the flight directors on now.
Captain and the entire crew, I wish you welcome on board. Please take your seats and fasten your
Okay,
seatbelts.
12-3.
Ensure that your tray table has
Hopefully
been
these will pop up. I'm not sure why we're not getting them right now.
Full attention as our cabin crew will demonstrate the safety features of this aircraft. When the seatbelt sign illuminates, you must fasten your seatbelt. Insert the metal fittings one into the other and tighten by pulling the loose end of the strap.
Okay, let's do a quick look over here at the checklists.
Keep your seatbelt fastened while in your seat. If your seat
After start
is
checklist.
exit, please read the instructions
Flight recorder.
on the safety on board card.
On.
You will find it
Start
in
switches.
front of you.
Hmm.
Do not wish to perform the functions described in the event of an emergency, please ask the flight attendant to repeat
Off.
them. There are several
Beacon
emergency
lights.
exits on this aircraft.
On.
Please take a
Brake
moment
pressure.
to locate the nearest
Check.
exit. The exit
Start
is
levers.
behind you. If we need
Idle
to
detent.
evacuate the aircraft, floor
Engine and the ice.
will guide you to
Off.
the exit. Doors can be
Electrical
opened
panel.
by moving the handle
Let's
in the
see.
direction of the arrow. Each door is equipped with an inflatable slide, which may also be detached and used as a round. In the event of a decompression, oxygen mask will appear automatically in front of you. To start the flow of oxygen, pull the mask towards you. Place the mask over nose and mouth. Adjust the headband and breathe normally. Although the bag does not inflate,
Check.
oxygen is flowing to the mask.
Pack valves.
Traveling with children or
Open.
someone who requires
Dual warning lights.
please
Out.
secure your own mask
Hydraulic panel.
before helping
Let's see.
keep your mask on until a crew member advises you to remove it. In the
Check.
event of an emergency, please
Flight recorder.
position.
On.
Forward,
After start checklist completed.
of your head and your elbows against your thighs. Ensure your feet are firmly placed.
Flaps 20.
Life vest is located under your seat or between the armrests. When instructed, open the plastic bag and remove the vest. Slip your head through the opening. Fasten the strap around your back and attach it in front. We are at the door opening. Inflate your life vest by pulling the red tag. More air can be added by blowing into the tube, using the whistle and light to attract attention. All electronic devices must be set in airplane mode
Okay, and the rudder.
until further notice upon arrival. Please let me remind you that this is a non-smoking flight. Also, the use of electronic cigarettes, tampering with smoke detectors located in the left rig is prohibited by law. You will find this and all the other safety procedures in the safety on board card, located in the seatbelt.
All right, we're through that, so let's check everything else. Probe flight, fuel heat, totalizer, engineer, ARF cargo, go.
Taxi checklist, please.
Flaps. Flaps 20.
Flaps 20.
Takeoff data. EPR and airspeed bugs.
Set and cross check.
Stabilizer trim.
Set in green band.
Probe heat.
On.
Flight controls.
Check.
Yaw dampers.
Check.
Seat belts and shoulder harness.
Check.
APU. Off. Fuel heat. Off. Totalizer and gross weight. Set. Flight engineer and pilot panels. Check. Aft cargo heat. Normal. Seat belts and shoulder harness. Check. Taxi checklist completed.
Parking brake released.
I just realized we're not on VATSIM. Give me a second here. Yeah, no, we're not. Okay. Coming up. Okay, Clipper 2-1. We're ready to go. Saitek traffic, Clipper 2-1 heavy taxi to runway 13 for departure. Thanks, Pratt PT6, for the applause. Yeah, I know it takes a little bit to get the girl going, but the fun is in the flight. Okay, let's set TOD.
Before takeoff checklist.
Icing considerations.
Check.
Cabin alert.
Check.
Ignition.
Flight start.
Body gear steering.
Damn.
And Pratt PT6, thanks for the 100 biddies. We sure appreciate it. Taking a look, make sure nobody is on the approach. Does not appear so. Okay, Saitek traffic here in Hong Kong, Clipper 2-1, departing 13.
Cabin ready.
Cabin crew, take your seats.
Okay, get down here.
Disarm.
Back valves. Let's see. Closed. Pressurization mode selector. Auto. Fuel boost pumps. On. Cross feed valves. Check. Before takeoff checklist completed.
All right, we're all set. Timer on. Throttle it up.
Stabilized. Thrust set.
knots. V1, rotate. Positive rate. Gear up. Gears up. Flaps 10. Flaps 5. Flaps 1. Flaps up.
All right, we're doing the best we can here at flying this departure. Thinking I might be a little way. Fly RB, welcome aboard. Hey, how you doing, sir? Welcome, or ma'am. How are you doing? All right, now we're just flying out to intercept the 190. Oh yeah, I think we're way. Maybe not. Maybe not. I might be surprising myself. 917. Yeah, we turned a little early. But hey, welcome aboard. Saitek to Singapore. 747-200. All right, I'm going to take a little cheat here. Okay.
10,000.
All right, lights off first. Logo light off. Everything good here. All right, what else? Ignition, seatbelts, pack, fuel heat.
After takeoff checklist.
Gear lever.
Off.
Landing and logo lights.
Off.
Ignition.
Check.
Seatbelts and no smoking sign.
Check.
Pack valves. Open. Fuel heat. Auto. After takeoff checklist completed.
Perfect. All right, little quiet here, just getting ready for the intercept. We're still about 20 degrees off the VOR. Then we'll set up for the long duration. But yeah, we're getting close to the intercept. Okay, we're at about 170 radial. Still got a couple more to go. Roger, 38,000. All right, we are turning onto the 190, stabilizing our climb, and we are about to go direct to okay, I'm going to get back down here, direct E. I'll get them lined up here in a minute. Direct E, enter, accept. Okay. All right, we're doing good. We're going to switch now to INS. And away we go. We are on the INS. We're now tracking what's in the boxes, and we're on our way. I hope y'all enjoyed that. Sorry, I got a little quiet there. We'll get outside here. And we're on our way to Singapore. Okay, that panel looks good. This one's in. We can go ahead and get rid of the wheels. And we're looking good. All right. Actually, if you don't mind, I'm going to scan out a little further on our RADIDR. And press on. So there you have it, folks. Just departed Saitek runway 13 now. If you want to have the fun, it's a long taxi down, but 3-1, you're going to have to reverse the IGS out because of the mountains. And yeah. But as we all know, Hong Kong, okay, we may not all know, but for the most part, let me help y'all out with this one. For the most part, Hong Kong sees winds out of the east. So, and usually east to south in that corridor. And that gives you the 7s out of the main airport now. Hang on a second. Let me see what's going on. Hi, folks, back with you. Sorry. Dog was going nutso and had to figure out what the heck he was barking at and all. Yay, they're here shoveling. Yay, we pay extra, so we should. We have an HOA for that reason. Let's try 117.5. See if we're in range. Oh, maybe. We might get in range here. Oh, I think 115.4 could work out better, but we'll try 117.5. It'll take a little bit. We're a pretty good distance out on it. But it hopefully will come in and help keep us aligned. That's the key when you're flying a route mostly over water, to try to get as best an update as you can along the way. And we'll see if it'll come in. For now, I'm going to go back. Nope. Key is just keep it aligned as long, get that update as much as you can, because once you do end up where you can't, it'll carry you, but it'll start a drift, and it's not like it's going to go 10 degrees off course. No, it's going to be just like it says, drifting. And your course will not actually be where you got it marked. So Anyway, we're on our way. Was just getting ready to do this when the dog erupted in barks. Where are you? There you are. So we are on our way, and there on the screen you have how long till we get there. And that'll improve slightly at this point, but hey, we're on our way. Oh, what a day. What a couple of days here in St. Louis. Wow. A lot of big stuff in town too. We had the car show. Those of us like me that like model railroading, there was a big convention over in St. Charles and a few other big events here. And well, you know, that happens. They all probably sort of kind of maybe went on. But yeah. All right, we're 3 miles from Epdos, and then we're on course to Enbook and so forth. So we're going to begin to push these out. So let me try 7 again. Yeah, we're still too far off that one. Try 17. I'm just going to leave it there. I think we're going to come into where it will update off of it. Same with Bode, Boa, B-O-A-O, or is that a G? No, it's an O. And then we're on our way. Then we'll be close enough to the mainland again where there'll be VORs. So there you have it, folks. Another run. We're out of Kai Tak, headed to Singapore. Ooh, you know what? I need to check our speed. We're getting close to going into Mach climbing speed here. And all this will do now is let me make sure, vertical speed will be governed by the indicated Mach number. And then once we get to cruise, we'll try to be managed throttle-wise to Mach 0.85. But for now, that's how we're going to govern for the next 6,000 or so feet. So relax. Hey, it's Sunday, folks. Those of you here in St. Louis West, take a deep breath, sigh. The storm is over. Those east of us, stay safe. There's a lot of snow to the south, a lot of ice. Be safe, be careful. And if I may, I said this last night. If you are a type, and I hope you are, that pray, Christians, or pray, you know, whatever your religious belief is, be in prayer for my mother. She is in the hospital, has been the last day or two. Was very disoriented, in part age, unfortunately. Yes, we all suffer that, folks. We all will, you know, God willing, age. And influenza A hit her, flu A, and combination that plus her other conditions sent her in a little disorientation, and she's in the hospital. Word is she is getting better, although still, you know, a little on the disoriented side, but please keep her in your prayers, along with me and my sister, as we may have to make choices anytime someone's in a hospital. You know how things can go. Hospitals, I'm not a huge fan, but they're getting better at the germs and all that, you know, many people get while in a hospital. So just in prayers for her, and again for me and my sister, if and I don't think we will, but we don't know, and all we can do is rely on what the Lord puts in front of us. So please keep us in your prayers. She's been having a lot of troubles really since before Thanksgiving. So yeah, and about as far as I'd like to, you know, delve in, and but we would really appreciate your prayers. All right, out of curiosity, you know, I did this once before. Is there a VOR over here? No. All right, so that may have been our best update to date. We're going to go ahead, try 15.4. All right, we may just have to wait till we get down closer to Vietnam to get better updates. So, all right. Again, you just try to get them as far as you can, and then, you know, as the airplane progresses, we'll get her back on track. Now, Felis does give you an option to work. Hang on a second. Also, by the way, this switch is very important. You don't put it on altitude select, it'll blow right through it. So my bad. I should have had it on long earlier, especially if they told us, you know, to hold, you know, get up to 14, and that way we wouldn't go through it. All right, I'm trying to see where we may have success. This 15.4 that we're on, no, I don't think we're going to lock onto that one either. All right, so it may be Dan or CLA or Hugh from the mainland. It's just we're so far out. We're 180 miles, 160 miles from, what is that, Maku? And that island that's off China. And yeah, it's just, we're trying our best. We just keep trying to find till we do. Once we get to the, well, we'll have another expanse where we go somewhat without VORs, but as we get closer to the mainland, you're good. But again, in the updating, if you weren't watching, I disabled GPS. That would keep you aligned all the time. Okay, we're in realistic operation here for the most part, as best I can do, and so we're trying to do the VOR to VOR stuff. Gets tough. But if your green lights are on, your INS is updating. I don't get then why is there such a thing called trimix? I don't know. Yeah, good view of the Pacific. All right, we are about to level off, so what I'm going to do, going to go ahead, put us in Mach, so the throttle will be what holds our airspeed, and cruise on from here. Going to put us, as soon as we hit 38,000, I'll put us in cruise. That is so wild. Oh, I guess it is closer. Never, well, yeah, that is so wild. That's about as close as I think our pass will be of it. Maybe off Enbrook to the next one will get us closer, but man. All right, let's go into cruise. All right, we're in cruise. Sit back, relax. We got about 2.5 hours to Singapore, and hope you enjoy the flight. We're gonna hope for the best here. We're starting to pull away from the other one and still not getting in any closer. All right, well, that's okay. Like I said, as we turn off Inbook, maybe we'll get a little closer, but probably not close enough. Sorry, folks. Hearing train horns and I'm going, really? All right, I am going to just go ahead, set up the second one for 15 to... All right, we'll go ahead and just put the INS on. We're 49 miles out. We've got about probably a half hour. Yeah, less than that, probably 15, 20 minutes. We'll be coming into range of Vietnam, and we'll start pulling VORs in for the update. But yeah, right now we're just not. It's not going to get in close enough to pick them up, so I'm setting up for when we get ready to coast in. 17. There's nobody over here? Yeah, there is. Why are we not picking them up? Oh, it's loading. Okay. I'm like, what the heck? I know there's a few people around here. I wonder what Navigraph uses for, because I think it's still loading. Oh well. How we doing? Nope. Yeah, I truly don't think we're gonna. By Epcol, I really don't think we'll be any closer. However, what did I say? 17.7? Did I put that over here? Hey, the traffic loaded. Look at that. There they are. All right, speaking of that, let me do that again. Really? They're further than 100 miles out. Wow. Okay, well, darn it. I was gonna hope to show some traffic. Guess we're not. Oh, it's loading again. Looks like Navigraph may be having some troubles. We'll just turn it off. All right, so enjoy the flight. I hope you've enjoyed to this point. We're almost 2 hours into the stream. Yeah, it takes time, especially explaining things. But I probably would say if you're gonna follow procedures, you're probably looking at about an hour to an hour and 10 minutes to get the plane tested, ready to go. If you're just gonna hurry through it, you could probably get it done in 45 minutes. Again, where the the hard part comes in. Let me, oh, you know what? Did we? Yeah, we did run it. Okay. Where the hard part comes is right here, because all you're going to get, as you can see, the airport, the final fix, the start of where your flight goes on from the SID to the starting point of your star. And then, you know, there are some departures and some arrivals that are as long as your flight. So in the number of fixes. And I'll give you a case in point. And I came close to flying that today, not in the 7-4, but I have flown it in the 7-4, Detroit to Orlando. The Star has almost as many fixes on it as the whole route to that point. Yeah, incredible, isn't it? So, oh, and yes, Pratt, you're 100% correct. Now, we have options here, folks. You can use, hang on, I'm going to go ahead and show this. You have the option for SIVA. Okay, again, remember, strictly coordinates, lat long. That one's even more complicated, cumbersome. Let me use that word, not complicated, cumbersome. But again, you have the same tools available as we do with the LTN. Now, if you just want to get in, fly, go, get it done, not have to worry about SIDs and stars and all of that, there's your bet right there, the default FMC. All three of them, you will have to do the vertical. Even though you have more of it available in the FMC, you will still have to do a lot. Pratt PT6 says he looks at it this way. And again, very correct. You're doing what takes 3 people when this plane flew, and I think it still does for some cargo carriers. 3 to run this plane. So he likes the most easiest way of getting the navigating of this bird completed. So, and the FMC would be that. Now the LTN is just a little more cumbersome, but not much over the FMC. Like I said, if I wasn't streaming, I could have probably had this plane up and going in 45 minutes. Maybe even like last night within 35 minutes. So, but again, when you're trying to help people who are looking at this plane, I mean, understand our sim is the only one that has a 747-200. That is this amazing. So, you know, it's sometimes I like to show some things off in it, and that takes time. So just like I did here, SIVA, you have to do lat long. LTN, you can do fixes, you can do airports, you can do VOR NDBs. You just can't put the name of a SID, the name of a star in. You got to put each of their fixes in. It doesn't take long, but I get it. If you're ready to want to get up and go, the FMC would be the way to go. Oops, wrong one. I want to go to this one. Now, I am going to warn you, the route may end up looking different than what we're flying. We'll see. I'm going to go ahead and pull it out quite a bit. Do I have traffic on here? Yes. I actually had VORs also, but when you're this far out, it's kind of useless. Actually, the airplanes aren't showing up. What? Am I still connected? Yeah. That's weird. Huh. Okay. That's something I wasn't anticipating. Weird. wait, there's an island. Hang on. Why don't... Is there a VOR on that island? Huh. Hang on, let me punch it up. Nope, no VOR. But see, you can see, and we were trying to pull this one in, so now we're just pulling them in as we approach the coast. Actually, we could be getting to get into range. Let me line up on the plane. But yeah, these were what I was, this one in particular, I thought we would get in close enough, but we didn't. And now we're out of range. Okay, so I want to set up 16.3. Okay, hang on. Let me see where we're at. And of course, this is a lot of work. This means you're not going to bed, folks. Now, crossing the Atlantic, crossing the Pacific, you might. But most other flights, no. Unless you let the GPS do the updating. And we did that on a flight from Paris to JFK a few months ago. All right, so that's not right, Mike. Is that? Oh, wrong frequency. Ding, 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 ding. Okay, now we are beginning to tune in. What in the world is this called? Puyen? 2HDAITH or TUH. And I had the wrong frequency somehow. I'm going to try it just out of curiosity. The quicker, like I said, the better you can get under and update, the better. Nope, still way too far from that one. All right, so we're off and running. But yeah, the whole deal here, folks, is you. It's all about you. What are you do you want to fly it realistically, or do you want it to be like most flight sims and we just put it in the air, let it go, and come back and land it? So, all right, well, I am going to step away here from the mic for about 5-10 minutes, possibly longer, but I'll be right back. Let me get some music up and going. Hang on. And like I said, give me about 5-10 minutes. Be right back. All right, we're back. Okay. Okay, we're starting to come into range of, what is that, 15, 20. July. And eventually we should be picking up where we come ashore. Oh, wait. All right, so we're about 45 miles from Odo. We're 2 hours, little more than 2 hours out of Singapore, and hopefully we're going to start an update here soon. If not, it'll be a little closer to VPOM, and oh, that's the challenge here with the LTN and SIVA, the updates, finding VORs close enough, strong enough to keep us on the drift to a minimum. All right. And now if you're using the FMS or you're just defaulting, it'll update always. But currently we're about 160 miles. Oh yeah, by the time X-Auto, we ought to be seeing a green light on that one. I'm hoping, at least. Let's put it that way. Not sure the exact distance. But welcome aboard Flight 21 for Clipper. Hey, if you're looking for a VA to join, we'd sure love you to take a look at us at Pan Am Virtual. Folks at on Twitch, I just put it in the chat box again, vamsys.io/register/Papa Alpha Alpha. Phonetically for you, PAA, for those that don't know the phonetical alphabet. Also, just coming up is the verse we're going to use today, and I kind of liked it from YouVersion. If anyone acknowledges that Jesus is the Son of God, God lives in them, and they in God. Really good verse. I hope it sparks you to maybe start digging a little deeper into the Bible. Right now I'm on a year trek through the Bible again. We're in one of my favorite of many, but one of my favorites, Joseph. One of Jacob, who God would call Israel, one of his sons. Wow, what a life that guy went through. Wow. But each of those patriarchs in Genesis went through it, from Abraham, Isaac, and Jacob. Big stories there from about chapter 20 to the end of Genesis. And wow. So, but yeah, if you acknowledge that Jesus if you can and honestly will acknowledge that Jesus is the Son of God, God will live within you and you in God. So, but anyway, I hope you all take that challenge and make a run through the Bible, reading it. You're going to learn some of the things you thought, well, weren't the way you thought they were. And you're going to find some interesting realities out there. I'll put it that way. It's kind of not the word I wanted, but I just can't come up with the right word. But in Genesis especially, you start learning the world as we see it today, believe it or not. 6, 7, 8,000 years earlier. It's amazing to read through and just see. Whoa. Some preachers take it a little too far, but I'm not. I'm not even going to go beyond that. Just read through Abraham and see, it takes people who screw up. And look where we know Abram, who now is Abraham, where he ended up. Or even Jacob, and would be the father of Israel as we know today, even though God changed his name to Israel. It's just an amazing account, just this one book, let alone the 65 others that are in the Bible. So check them out. Very, like I said, I'll give you another one. I love doing this. Show me in Jonah, the prophet Jonah, his book. Yeah, there's a book form where it mentions a whale. You all know the story, Jonah and the whale, right? Well, show me in the Bible where it says whale. Spoiler alert, it doesn't. Just says God created a large fish. You could thank Sunday school for the whale. So again, you read with an open mind. You're like, whoa, I did not know that. Did not see that one coming. Or, so hey, take the challenge. It's really eye-opening. This is going to be my fourth, I think, time through the Bible in the last 5 years, 6 years. So it's always eye-opening. I mean, I learned something I learn so much every time through the Bible. It's amazing how our minds warp, or we're shaped one way, and then when you read the actual document, it's wow. So exactly, Pratt PT6, but that's what Sunday school led many a children to learn. A whale. I was wondering if you were going to come back with that there, sir. And I will give you some of the stuff that I love, some preachers out there that are just as creative as our Sunday school teachers. It says God created a fish to swallow up Jonah. Well, what if God created a submarine? I mean, it's no more different than a mammal that's like a whale. So, again, we learn and hear it one way, and we don't realize if we actually read Jonah, and it's not a long read, actually, folks, only 66 verses. I mean, it's really quick. And there's a lot in there to absorb, though. Pike. Boy, that's a big pike to be able to swallow a man. Don't think I'd like to live inside a pike. Ugh. I'll take the submarine. Oh, but yeah, give it a try. You never know. But, seriously, though, back getting serious here, if you profess God, God will live in you, and you will live in God. Oh, man. Yeah, the story of Joseph. Man, what a story. Oh, my goodness. And you'll see that one repeated in different people's lives throughout the Bible. Little different here and there, but It's interwoven through the whole Bible, even though Joseph is what brought the Jacob's family, Israel, to Egypt. And then the famine, but then they stay, and the Exodus comes out from that. So, and Exodus is another one of those books that I really love to to read about. Just so much. I mean, just looking at what Moses was able to do with a speech impediment, and lead them through the desert as long as they had to, and all that they went through, and then the beginnings of the tabernacle and everything else that would be the next 4 books, or 3 books, because we already knocked 2 out with Exodus. And wow, what that man, oh geez. And I loved his one comment, these stiff-necked people. That one stuck with me each time I read through the Bible. Stiff-necked people. How do you want me to treat these stiff-necked people? Oh. Okay, so we are beginning to come in. We've got one VOR, 1520 is the frequency tuned in now. We could probably get 16. Let's go ahead. We're almost up. There we go. We got them both. All right. So we're getting that alignment started. Now, once we push through Vietnam, we're going to come back out over the ocean, and we'll have to figure, we'll have a blind area there for a little bit, and head for our arrival. But we're good for now for the next 200-ish miles. And I mean, I can fine tune it if I want to where PTH, which will be, I'm going to give that one a little bit further. Hooks takes us from, out. So but there you have it, folks. We're back into an alignment where we're aligning, and if you look at the course, it's now getting slowly back into the middle of it. Now, in that, if it was an hour, I'd be really shocked. Did we drift amazingly off course in reality? No. We might have got a mile or 2 at the most off of the track, most likely a mile or less, and now we're just pulling it back in, so we're on track in. Think of it like offsetting a mile or 2. Usually it's 5 to 10 miles off your track, and which you can do easily in FMCs. Many just don't. So actually, I am going to put this on 16.3. There we go. That's a good. I like having them. Now you can put them to the same ones, but I like having a good angle when they come in to really try, for me at least, to get a good update. There's a VOR I'm looking at that I'm thinking about. 2 of them. Oh no. To try to get a better position off them, but we're doing good. We're in track. Let's see. All right, so to VPAM, 30 miles estimated. Because we're rolled back about 10-ish hours, 10:39 Zulu, I believe that is, which would be whatever we set. As you can see, we got a setting sun, so we will be landing in the evening hours in Singapore. So that part will be at night, and we'll see how we do. All right, let me. Okay. I'm gonna have to look into something here. Oh, connect Navigraph. I'll have to look into what that actually does. Wow, we're still having loading issues with Navigraph here. Okay, where are the airplanes? Huh. Don't know what's going on there. Let's get another good look at the ocean. And the clouds there with above the ocean. All right. Having too much fun with the cameras. But yeah, we're on our way. And estimates about an hour, 45 minutes out. Let's get into getting that arrival put in, shall we? Let's first look at it. First, we have to determine what approach are we doing. Let's first make sure 2s will be our runway. It looks like it. 360 at 7. Oh, wait a minute. You know what? Let's do this a little easier. All right, as you can see, we're about to come into Vietnam here. We've got our update going on. Karan at 68 miles, and then onward to Sopa and Papa Tango Hotel, all within the next 180 miles. All right. Now let's so again, here's our METAR for Singapore, and I'm putting it in the chat in case it's hard to read. So winds are 360 at 6. Unlimited visibility, broken 30,000, so 24 degrees. Ooh, that could actually maybe not render in some fog. Who knows? All right, so let's do this. Let's get our approach first. So we know 2s are going to be our approach. First, here's the Alelo arrival. Let's just read up here, 2 left, center, and right. Arrival, it's an RNAV. Remember, I told you this aircraft is capable, but you have to put the fixes in. And you take care of the altitudes. No RNIP. You're not getting away that easy. And yesterday proved pretty not cool. We couldn't do an RNIP, and I don't know. Maybe there's not an RNIP on that runway. That could be. That's okay though. All right, so you can see we'll take it down below 21 there, above 6,000 there, above 4,000, swinging in for one of the 202 runways. Our game plan is for 2 left. Let's take a look. Well, there is an RNAV. Yeah, no. Let's look at the ILS. You know what? Let me look at the RNAV real quick. Where are we coming in at? Oh, it's not on there. FROT. Sometimes they match up with your ILS and you can just figure out where you'll be on it. Oh, there's Samco right there. Whoa. Yeah, we'll just kind of plan our turn in using Samco. All right. Yeah, see how Samco and so we'll be just in the turn and just head right for APA and right in on it. All right. Now, how do we do this here on the LTNs? Well, let me bring them over so you can. Well, I'm actually going to zoom in, come back, and tilt a little. Okay. Yeah, I know it's not the most ideal look, but it'll do the job. All right, let's scroll. Oh, wait, let's go to waypoint. Scroll all the way down. All right, so Alelo. So we are going to select this approach. And we'll go with APA just for now. Here's what it'll look like on the chart. We'll be turning in this way. We could even go to Anuma, but for now, let's just back off, okay? Back off. All right, so we got to put in each of these fixes. Remember, controllers, if they do come up, love to say, go to Passpoo. Now you got to figure out where it is, plug it in. But if you put them all in, all you got to do is direct, start typing until you see your fix. All right, and by the way, we need to come up. Whoop. There we go. Enter. All right, so Ilelo Cana. K-A-N-L-A. Next up, Kilot. We'll explain what happened there. K-I-L-O-T. Enter. Next, P-Bop. P-I-B-A... Passpoo, our example, P-A-S-P-U. Little time consuming, but you know, we have nothing but time, P-A-S-P-U. And nylon, N-Y-L-O, and an N. All right, now we have multiples. Hang on a second here. It's not really giving us a country. Let me try something. We'll kill that. Zero 1361046. Okay, next, Japan. So we're going to go with this one because it's not Japan. Last I checked, Singapore is not in Japan. Just saying. POSUB. POSUB. Uh-oh, hang on. Clear. Now we can put it in. I don't know what I did. P. I better go make sure the airplane's okay after this one. Okay, looks good. All right, POSUB, and then we're looking at SANAT. Try it again. I did exactly the same thing again. SANAT. All right, we're going to put the first fix at Pippa A P I P. Whoop. Hang on, what was it? IP. All right, so we are now set all the way to a Pippa. Now, how do we get all of these in here? So to copy what's in the flight plan, now it's going to take every fix that's in, we'll call it the captain's side. And then we're going to stick them in both the first officer's side as well as the flight engineer. A, B, C is how they're numbered in the system here. Okay, so what we're going to do is click the remote button. This will make it the master because it has all the fixes. Enter. This will click remote and make it slave. Same with this one down here, remote, slave, enter. Now let's click enter. Now you see B, which is your first officers, LTN. C, Brain Games affectionately called this the flight engineers. Don't know truth or fiction to that, but sounds good to me. We're good, we're ready, click. It's going to go and put every one of these fixes in those boxes. Takes, in this case, it'll probably take about 30 seconds to a minute. And then we'll just make sure we're good to go flight plan wise, you know, from where we are. Nothing drastic going on up front. All right, Crossville complete. And we're still headed to SOSPA. Let me check. And that we are indeed. Flight plan. Now we got to do our S. Enter. Now don't click it twice or it'll stay on the course to SOSPA. So we want to just let it go, come up, and then we're good. And then I'm going to click expand to there. And then down here, same thing will probably have to happen. Let's find out. Oh, let's go here. Yep, legs. S. Enter. Wait for it. I'm going to actually leave it there. So it's on a course of 213. All right, and we're now 109 miles. So I'm going to go ahead, bring in 100, we'll call it 80. It'll be in range here shortly. Actually, I like 14.7 better. Okay. And there we go. That one's even quicker on track. Now, we could put in PTH right now, but we're gonna hold. And let me make sure. Oh, that's right. Yeah, we're on INS on this one. Okay, let me get caught up here a little bit. 14.1. All right, PTH is one of our fixes. We can actually use them, but the fact that I have one offset updating helps to me get that good fix load up here, and we can carry these out to sea. And then when we get close to VMX and that down in Singapore area, we can load in there. But there you have it, folks. I'm gonna back that down a little, and so there you go. That was loading them up on the fly to Singapore now, and getting them all transferred in, and then again constantly looking for where we are in reference to oh wow, I didn't know we had that out to sea. Cool. We'll try it out, see how CSN comes in. All right, so there you have it. Aircraft's updated, sunsetted, will be coming in evening hours sim time to Singapore. Very early hours of the morning, real world time. All right. So I hope you all enjoyed that little taste of the LTN. Like Pratt PT6 said, if you're in the mood to not have to do any of that, hey, just use the FMC. It's simple. We all know how to use those with 737s and Airbuses. But if you want to up your game and start getting a little realistic with this plane, and again, remember, it is a bit on the complex side because you're doing 3 people's jobs. And speaking of which, I've been remiss. Let's take a look at our fuel. Looks good. Okay, we're doing good there. Yeah, everything else looks good so far. But yeah, I like to every now and then come back, look at it, make sure. Because remember, on your longer flights, say in our case, well, back to Tokyo. When we come from here, from Singapore, we're going to travel back to Saitek and then on to Tokyo. That will require a little bit of fuel management. There ain't no getting around that one, folks, unless you're on a short haul flight. But that's long enough where we'll have to work the fuel a little bit. And if you go Tokyo to Hawaii or up to Anchorage, yeah, you've got fuel management ahead of you. And then again, if you cross either way from Tokyo to the US or Anchorage to LA or something like that, you may have center tank to deal with, and that always throws some fun into it. So there's a lot to this plane. So I get it if you want to keep it more simple, not complex, but if you're there, that one like me that likes to push it a little bit, you've got your you got a pretty good beast here. And using the LTN, while less cumbersome, I think, than SIVA, it has its restrictions as well. Hopefully I made sense, and most likely I did not. All right, and look on the bright side. We're about an hour and 30 minutes out. So relax, enjoy. We'll get more into the ILS numbers and frequencies and all. We got to get across this part of the Pacific Ocean between Vietnam and Singapore. So we'll get back to it. Don't worry. But big thing with this new Saitek scenery, and if you're interested in it, here's a link to it. It's fantastic, folks. I can't tell you how much I enjoyed the Arrival, especially being able to put the frequency in and get lateral coupling. I just didn't select ILS. What do I mean when I tell people this? Very simple. Okay, we made our turn to 045, and I went to VOR lock. All of a sudden, it locked and is heading to where I think the airport is. I forgot to go to ILS, so when the glide slope came in, boom, we start the descent. My bad. But we still turned in a pretty good, representative approach. But yeah, that was on me. Again, I was caught off guard. I thought I was hand flying the whole thing. So now I don't know how this will work with rotate. So with the MD-11, but that really, I was just like, oh wow. And then to see that checkerboard, I was led to believe something different and maybe a different location. Hey, in reality, I've never flown it. To be honest, never seen it, except in the sim. So, all of that said, yeah, I was pretty much blown away by it. So again, check it out. Read what's in that documentation folder. A lot of the problems I had was mainly I didn't understand where things were, but oh wow, it answers a lot of questions. Those of you daring enough to do some of the updates they tell you, go for it. But I was really shocked what we got, and my hat's off to them. Okay, that's further than I thought. Okay, so we're just coming into 14.1. All right, it's going to take it a little bit of time, but let's try 13.2. That could be just as far out. Oh no, it's perfect. All right, then we'll use that after we cross it to keep the alignment process going. Good deal. All right, we are over PTH and headed out towards Consum, and then on to Singapore. And for those just coming in, we're planning ILS approach to runway 2 left, and it'll be dark by then. So again, we're about an hour and a half out, so probably about at the hour markish we'll brief the arrival. We'll get the frequency set so we don't have to worry about them, and be ready for the descent about 20 minutes, 30 minutes out. Again, hope you've enjoyed this Sunday adventure from Saitek in Hong Kong, the old Hong Kong International Airport, to Singapore for Pan Am. And again, if you're interested in a Pan Am only, correction, strike that, Pan Am TWA only VA, bamsys.io/register/Papa Alpha Alpha. Forget, we do have TWA of all things connected with us, and check us out. We'd love to have you. Great software and the VAMSYS, VAMSYS systems from an ACAR system, Pegasus. Great. What it can track and do is amazing. That other VAs use that we don't, thank goodness. They can really get in there and tell if you're on a stabilized approach or not. So it's a really high-tech ACAR system for flight simmers. We got a great flight schedule in 1985 for Pan Am. We also have a 1960s Pan Am schedule and TWA in the 80s as well. Now, you're going to notice something with TWA. They're a more modern looking airline than the real one was. The real one, we all know, DC-9s, MD-80s, 727s dominated the domestic routes. Well, and 757s, so let me not let that bird go. Here, you're gonna find 737-800s, although there is a push to build more 727s in. We also do have 757s available on domestic, and 67s, and okay, they flew 747s, but not 747-400s. They flew 200s. I think by the time the 400s hit the market, they were actually retiring the 747-200s. Please don't yell at me if I'm wrong. I could very well be. I know they were far and few between in St. Louis by the time American bought them out. But I do know they got the new paint scheme, which was out of this world. And so I just don't know when that all occurred. And it's too long ago, folks. We're talking 26 years ago, 25. So, but again, we'd love to have you aboard. bamsys.io/register/PAA. Come fly with us. We'd love to have you aboard. All right, if you're in the sound of my voice in the U.S., I hope you're all safe, warm, because I know east of the Rockies, oh man, it's brutally cold out there. To be honest, it's 12 degrees here in St. Louis. One bright note, unintended, the sun's out. So for those of you on the East Coast, it does still exist. I know you're getting walloped. We got walloped, and yeah. It was a storm. A storm. Good, anywhere from 8 to 10 inches on the ground around us. So, not like some of the places out east that could get a couple of feet. So, yeah, it's a big storm, and took a large part of the country here in the U.S. From ice storms raging down south to a major snow event up north to a major cold snap. So, anyway, just stay warm, stay safe. Hey, if you don't need to be out and it is coming down snow-wise or ice, stay home. You don't need to be out there risking yours and other people's lives. All right, so we are an hour or so out of Singapore. How about that? And I will tell you, I got my first full look at what Snowmageddon looks like to a grocery store. Oh, Lord. Lord have mercy. Oh, man. You see it on the news, just doesn't do justice to you. Work in a grocery store and see it firsthand. Oh my goodness. And like I said, most of this week, our saving grace in our grocery store is Friday, we had a truck. Oh, we would have been out of everything had we not had that truck on Friday. Wow. So, I'm here to tell you, that was something to behold. But I will give this to the people that came in. It was also amazing to watch. It wasn't like, remember the COVID days. You got my toilet paper. Give me my toilet paper. No, you got my this. No, it wasn't like that at all. Very calm, collected, people not being super stupid, crazy. But it was a lot of people. Oh, I'll never forget watching that stuff in the COVID days. Wow. Nearly to fist fights over a package of toilet paper. Or truckers were revered back then. The spies today. Yeah. Wait till you come back to your grocery store. Where's all my stuff? Where's the beef? In the truck that's still 500 miles away. They always forget that part. Love to cut them off, but forget that part. And yes, I am still trying to figure out what the heck I'm gonna fly tomorrow. And really don't know. So that's why you don't ever see what's next. As I really just haven't figured out what would be a good flight. I have some ideas. I'm just trying to... Which one sounds the best? Maybe we'll go to Where's the Beef? No. Wendy's. I know I just made a lot of people hungry. Sorry about that. No, not really. But anyway, welcome into Flying with Mike, Saitek, Hong Kong, China to Singapore. Hope you enjoy the flight. We're in the Felis 747-200 for Pan Am Virtual, and looking at just about an hour or so to go. Enjoy the flight. All right. Let's see how we're doing down here. We're still updating. I'm going to go ahead. And we'll push out TRN as far as we can till it stops. And then we'll start looking for across the channel bay, whatever we call this here, and get updating from the mainland again. And again, that is, you know, I hear so many people say, well, what do we do when we get into cruise? It gets so boring. Well, fly a 747-200. It'll keep you on your toes. If you let it, you have to do the updating part. Find the VORs, get them tuned in, and do the fuel management. I mean, yeah, there's going to be a lot of time that you're down, as you've seen with me. But that's part of the adventure with the 747-200. You're doing 3 people's job as one person. And the hard part does become finding VORs when they are kind of close by, but yet not. Our next potential is VKR, Koala, and I'm not about to try that second name. Either 15.4 or 12.9. We got to get, though, towards SBOB. 90 plus miles ahead. So, yeah, welcome to flying, folks. You get into cruise, get a private pilot's license, you're going to be the first one to find out. Other than trying to figure out where you are and are you on course, that's all there is to it. Oh, yeah, and flipping the fuel left to right every now and then. Honestly, that's it. So when I hear people say it's so boring in cruise, well, yeah, can't help you there. It's when you get a nice book out, or you know, and you got to, again, you keep an eye on where you are. It's like I know here in the next 10, 15, 20 miles, I'm going to have to tune another VOR in. That's fine. I'll look for it. We're on a good one right now. That CSN I told you about. We're going to run that easily to ESBOB, and then we'll switch over to VKR. And then we'll let the drift happen, and most likely not even noticeable. But it does become somewhat noticeable across the Atlantic, and especially if you go across the Pacific. So, I have to ask it, what do you, you know, we've got like a major snow event here in the U.S., so what do you all do with snow events? Probably play a lot of computer games, I'll give you that. But what do you all do? I mean, tomorrow's Monday, we go back to work, but yet the East Coast is going to be slammed. Ah, there we go. So what do we do? What do you guys do with these major snow events? Do you go out and play in it? Do you go out and take your car and see if you can get it crashed? Because I would highly recommend staying in with this snowstorm. But what do y'all do? I know a friend of mine would take a flamethrower to it and clear his driveway. I mean, that's one way, you know, think about it. Flamethrower is one way to deal with it. I've actually seen some great ideas on Facebook, albeit AI generated, but just curious. And we used to joke out at the airport, and I wonder, you know, NASCAR uses somewhat, is it a jet engine or, anyway, to dry the track after a rainstorm, they run, it sort of kind of looks like a little bit of a jet engine. I'm not sure exactly all of what it really is, but it's putting hot air over and moving it at the same time to clear the track. I wonder how well that'd work at an airport. To me, it looks like it would do just as well. I mean, I've watched the bigger aircraft take off, even some fighters, and boy, they clear the runway pretty good, but that's when they rotate and that flame hits it. On the afterburners, but the other aircraft, again, I mean, they're pushing the snow pretty well. Or is it probably cost prohibitive? But anyway, yeah, kind of curious. Your thoughts? What you do on these kind of snow-ridden days? I'll tell you this much, I'm staying off the roads even tomorrow because all of these people have been cooped up for 2 days. They're going to want to explode out tomorrow. And they have to for work. But keep me away from the highways. All right, so we got about, what are we at right now? 30, call it 40 miles to SBOB. And what I'm going to do is pull one of my VORs. Yeah, I think Kodo would be too far off. But I think Koala could come into range. Again, just try to keep it as close to track as possible, especially as you get it. And you can still be updating. Several ILSs will hit the ILS update. You can always keep another one tuned to the VOR to help that out. But once you're on the VOR track, you don't need the INS, do you? So, things to be thinking about. All right, the next one's 143 miles after we cross SBOB in 30. So, I'm gonna say we're gonna probably have to get halfway there. All right, so sit back, relax. Hey, I am just gonna kind of sit on the side. If you want to chat, let me know. I'm watching the chat room here in Twitch. Let me see if I know somebody said a couple hours ago they were hanging in there, but I didn't think they'd still be there by now. Just going through my Discord right now. All right, so I think we just lost our DME updates. 17 miles from SBOB. All right, so let me see if anything will come into range. Well, we'll try that here. I doubt it this far out. Huh? It's picking a signal up, but it's well over 100 and probably 80 to 200 miles out. And 15, oh wait a minute, 12. Oh, that one's tuned in at 180, so we might get some updating here quickly as we draw closer to the Singapore area on that peninsula that comes out from Malaysia. We got an aircraft preparing to head out to Istanbul, Turkey. Some scattered storms about, but we'll see how this fares as we hit SBOB, B-O-P-O-B, and we're heading on. Let me do a fuel check here real quick. All right, everything's looking good. We'll start our descent and we'll start bringing the, hopefully remember, the reserve tanks. And we're using this VOR and this VOR to try to begin getting us back into, getting it out of that little bit of drift zone that it's in. And it's not going to be much, so we'll be pretty much right on the line ATC would anticipate. To SBOM. And that is right now at 130 miles out. I'm guessing within the next 30, 40 miles, DME2 will probably light up. Then give it a few more and the other one. So we're starting to get into the arrival. So all right, let's take a look at that. We're about 45 minutes out. I'm going to bring the charts in. Let's take a look at what we got planned here. I'm going to try this one more time. It's not been playing nicely here lately. It's not loading. Okay, we're not going to play with it. All right, anyway, so we're drifting in now to the Singapore Kuala Lumpur ATC. You can see kind of how it's drawn out. Let's look at it in detail. Alelo. All right. Okay. There are no, oh, here they are. Alelo to Canna to Killet, then right to Bepop at or below 21,000. Now that's not meaning we got to be at 21,000. We may have to be lower to make Sainat or a possibility. Okay, because remember, we got to roll out on an ILS, and these airports are pretty close to sea level. And then Paspu, Nyland, Posub, Sanet, at or above 4,190 knots. When they say at, they mean it. You again, there's some great YouTube videos out there defining at. New York approach in the real world has a doozy with JetBlue. It's not pilot discretion, as many of us think it is. All right, so from Sanat, Samco, we're going to make the turn, but here's how it really plays out. We're going to come right up to Appa, right into the ILS. So we'll be switching into it as we're making that turn for Samco. All right, now for the ILS, we're looking at a frequency of 110.9 for the localizer, 023 for the course, final approach course. Adnik, which is 4.5 miles out, 1,500 feet. And for today, we're going to plan a 200-foot decision height, AGL. Otherwise, it'd be 222 on the barometer. And we're 22 feet above sea level. Kind of makes sense. There's your missed approach if you've been reading it. Basically, they're going to basically say, go up to Acoma and hang a left until morning. No. Until they decide, okay, it's okay for you now to come back and try again. Actually, we're going to hold at Acoma. Let's be nice to them. It's not one of those where you fly on till whenever. There are some out there. And all of these VORs are good to put on number 2. That way it's still updating in case you need it for the go-around. All right, so 180 knots till 8 miles from touchdown. That is right here. Thereafter, 150 till 4. Reason being, they want traffic moving here. This is a busy airport. So that's what this is all about. So obviously, we'll be at or above 180. 180 at Anuma. Akipo, we will slow to 150, and Adnik, whatever our landing speed, we haven't figured that up yet. Okay, once we land, we'll park somewhere on the west side of the terminal. You know what, let's just go ahead, dig it up. Ding, 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 ding. Okay, so we really have our choice of wherever we want to park. I think we'll just keep it down here in the Bravos and Charlies and go from there. I mean, we could just park it out here on the north remote and they get busted, but we'll try to hit it that way. I mean, traffic is just so tough to get in. Let me pin that. All right, so there you have it. And we are now 134 miles out. Which one did we set that to? VK? I think it's VK. VKR. Boy, I would have thought Kurth would be at 180 by now. Wow. Well, we'll keep an eyeball on it. All right, let me pull the charts away. Like I said, we have one more thing to do here. It's over at the EFB. Performance, click landing. All right, first thing, click load sheet. We are landing on a 13,123 foot runway. We can only do it in 100s, so that makes it a little easier. We are 22 feet above sea level, landing at 2, dry, and 360 at 9. All look good. We'll go with medium brakes. All right, now we're set up. Hope you all are ready. Grab something to drink. We're getting close. We're within about 40 minutes from landing. If you want to put a prediction in now, exclamation mark the word predict, if I could spell correctly. And we'll see how you do. All right, we got one update. I am really shocked. Hang on, why am I not updating off that one? Let me try something. Huh, just not in range. Okay, that's fine. I'll use 70. That'll be more around S-Bun when that comes in. But we are updating. That's cool, at least off one. Okay, last thing we gotta calculate out is our arrival. Descent, where do we start down? $102 to 110 mile out. So between Kilot and BIPIBAP, we'll start our descent. Wow. All right. Well, we're not picking up those that are going to be a lot closer to our route. I am not certain why. Unless we have bum frequencies, which that would not surprise me. Oh, there we go. Just needed to get in nice and close. Okay. Phew. I'm like, whoa, we're going to need a little help here. So, all right. We are getting in pretty close here. We're about 20, actually about 30-ish minutes out. And we need to, let's go ahead, set in 200. Steve, may I see your graphics settings? Okay. That good enough for you? Can't guarantee they're the greatest, can't guarantee they're the worst, but they seem to work for me. Let's see just how much of the airplane. Well, we can still see a little bit. And if you want to see the frames per second, there they are in the upper left. And again, don't fly the line I have. It is different than what was that came up from SimBrief. Actually, I can go in here and go goodbye. But here's all the different VORs that I'm working from. And we're getting a little low there, so we'll kind of, as we make the turn here, let's try see if we can't get 15.7 in now. It's going to be another one of those 80 milers. Okay, how about 15.6? Okay, well, oh wait, I got the wrong numbers. Sorry, 13. Still no joy. All right, my favorite one, VMR, is going to still, or is that VWR? Nope, VMR. Still gonna be out of range. Till we hit Aledo, and then I am gonna try to tune it in. What am I talking about? All right. So what I'm doing is trying to tune in this one right here, VKN. It is being stubborn, just like 13.3 up here at Keratin. So I'm assuming VMR will be the same. Hopefully at Canela, Aleo, somewhere in there will catch these last updaters to bring us in. Okay. So that's what we're trying to do, is get as close as we can so this RNAV star can be flown, not RNIP, but can be flown laterally. Something's still not right here. Let's see what the sim is showing. Okay, we got that one. 13.7, 15.6, and 16.8. Okay. Now, there is another way to do all of this. Come back here, click the house, go to INS, go back, nearest DMEs. And it's going to tell you VKN 89, IKN, VMR is, oh, here it is 130 miles out. You would think we could pull that in, but we can't. Now, theoretically, we should be able to dial them in, but they're just not strong enough. Okay, so we got 13.3 up there, 13.7, you would think by now. Let's try. Boom. There's VMR. Good. We can take that almost to the bank. Perfect. Now we're getting a good update, and we're also getting ready to enter the star. Standard terminal arrival route. And again, we said in between Kilat and P-Bop is where we'll start the descent. Again, if you're into predicting people's landings, exclamation mark the word predict, space, and a negative number. Love to know your thoughts. Got mine in. Well, I don't think we've only got one aircraft to worry about inbound, and I think they'll get in long before we do. So, good deal for traffic wise. We're 20 minutes out. So, hey, better get ready. Call your friends. Here we go. We're coming in at night. And we're updating pretty decently. Fuel looks perfect. Now, why do we keep number 1 and number 4 reserve closed until descent? Unless you get into fuel emergency and you are just outrageously going, oh my God, we're gonna crash. First off, remember you're in a sim. You crash, whoopee-doo. No. Secondly, open your tanks then. Otherwise, wait for your descent. The goal on the landing is get as much fuel out of the wingtips and towards the root of the plane as you can. Now, we want to keep number 1, number 4 main tanks on because we're in technically tank to engine. So each of those tanks are feeding their engine. Okay? So by pulling it out of the wingtips, we'll say, we're getting it closer, that weight closer to the strength of the fuselage, of the wing root. So that's why we're draining it. And I'm actually going to turn this down. That looks better. All right, and as we start our descent and we get into the 20s, I'm going to start lowering our cabin pressure. So people don't, if one guy put it over at Felis, don't get what are they something with the altitude, like altitude sickness, is that right? I don't know. Anyway, so yeah, that's where we're at right now. There we go. Lower these lights down as we're getting into some nighttime flying. Let me see where we are in relation to our turn. All right, Kilot is 29 miles ahead of us. And for now, let's put a 112. Let's try 112.5 for now. These are just not playing very nice with us today. 16.5. There we go. Okay, that'll work. That's actually at Singapore, or just north of it, and that'll take us till I'm ready to set our ILS up. Okay, 22 miles. So I hope you've enjoyed this run. We've been airborne for 3 hours, 2 hours, 50 minutes as we begin running the approach for Singapore. It's been a fun run. We hit some hiccups as always, but you know, it has been fun. And I just want to check something here with all these updates. Okay, where I'm game planning, yeah, they show our top of descent there, so we'll do it a little early. Hang on, let me pull that out. Oh, look at that. Tanzanite about to get a couple of cargo planes. Wow. I'm sorry, I'm not going to put that out, Singapore 286. I would be so wrong. We're coming over Kilot, though, and beginning our descent here shortly. You'll probably beat us, so I'm not worried about it. All right, there we go, over Kilot. Be right back. I want to see what just drove by. Stand by. All right, I'm back. I think, oh well, I'm not going to look because it might upset me. I don't want to watch. All right, let's get into the descent here. We're going to descend to 4,000. Now, technically, I should have gone to altitude hold. Actually, I want to go to 6,000. I think there was a restriction, no lower at some point. Whoop. We'll get it fixed here in a second. Okay, we are 17 miles from BiPAP. Hang on. Sorry about that, had a cough. Trying not to cough in your ears, and I know I fail. But we're gonna wait for 290, and then we're gonna set to indicated airspeed for our climb to hold. Anyway, BBAP at or below 21,000. Oh, we're not gonna make that in 9 miles. But we'll see how we do. All right, so we got 290 set. Be right back again, folks. All right, so we're in our descent, and we've made the unfortunate turn and above our 21,000 mark, but we're gonna hope for the best in getting down. The bad thing is we're supposed to be at 250 knots. You know what? We'll slow up here a little, put some spoilers up. The dog's confused. I don't get what's going on, our dog is saying. Wow, they got that cleared quickly, one lane. Wow. Give me a second. I'm going to go look again. Kind of curious what they're doing. All right, we're with you now for the descent. All right, let's get in here, get the reserve tanks draining. Okay. Wow, they are, when you get a crew of 4 going, 2 on shovels, 1 on a snowblower, boy, they really get rid of the 3 on wow. And then you get this big tractor at work. Wow. Makes mincemeat out of our driveways real quick with the snow. And, you know, I'm kind of watching and flying now at the same time. I mean, there are parts of this country I know are used to this kind of snow. We're not. All right, let's see. We're going to go ahead and set down to 250. Actually, I'm going to go ahead and throw full spoilers. Wow. Kind of curious. The tractor is just like bringing it into the street. I'm kind of like waiting to see where it ends up. All right, I'm going to go ahead, kill the music, and we're getting ready to bring her in. So, folks, if you haven't got a prediction in, now is the time. Of course, they have all. Oh, wait. Oh, that was my bad. Wrong command. All right, we're through 21,000. We're where we should have been about 31 miles ago. We're coming down, though. We'll make it. If not, we'll figure something out. All right, and transition here, 13,000. Okay. Yep, he is going to push it into the green area. Good deal. Good job. Good job. He's getting close to our yard. Yay. Oh, man. Okay, 17,000. We'll probably be at 14 by nylon and No, we'll probably be at about 15 by nylon. And yeah, we'll see how we do. All right, we're down to 250 with full spoilers. Good deal. Now we need to get down to 220. That helps too, by the way. I may be bummed. He stopped and didn't do ours in my neighbor's yard. All right, well, let's focus on flying. All right, so we're coming down to 6,000, headed towards post-sub, 6,000 or higher, 220. And by the way, there's Singapore Airport right off the nose there. Okay, I'm going to go ahead and take us down to 4,000 now. All right, let's get into our EFB here and get our approach set up.
Approach checklist, please.
Seatbelts and shoulder harness.
Check.
Seatbelts and no smoking signs.
On.
Anti-ice.
Off. Cabin crew, prepare for landing.
Ladies and gentlemen,
Exterior lights.
please fasten
Check.
your seatbelt.
Outer brakes.
Place the bag of your seat
Medium.
in the upright position
Radio INS switches.
so your luggage in the luggage or under the seat in front of you. Our cabin crew will make a final check and pick up any remaining cups and glasses.
10,000.
Radio.
Flight director computer selectors.
Check.
Brake pressure.
Check.
Altimeters.
1013. Set and cross-check.
Landing data, EPR and airspeed bugs.
Set and cross-check.
Seatbelts and shoulder harness. Check. Fuel panel. Check. Fuel heat. This. Off. EPR computer. This. Go around. Cabin altitude. Check. Circuit breakers. Check. Approach checklist completed.
All right, we're going to go ahead, set our ILS up at 110. Niner. Heading 23. All right.
1,000 level off.
Now, 3,500, 3,500. Okay, so we can do 4,000 as we begin to slow up. See how we're still updating off of that one VOR? That's perfectly fine. All right, now technically in the real world, wait, let me do this. Not sure if we'll see him. Anyway, the other aircraft that I was telling you about, he just passed us. We would begin our turn to come in behind him in heavy traffic, and he would be expected to clear rather quickly. Singapore traffic, Clipper 21, coming over Sanat, inbound for 2 left ILS. Mm-hmm.
Flaps 5.
All right, here we go down to 3,500. Altitude select. All right, so we're getting close. We're no longer on the INS. We're looking for our runway out in the distance there. You see it, the far one. And we'll be on the localizer here in a few minutes. Again, maintain at least 180, so we'll go ahead and knock it down. Go back to the EFB for a second. 140, so we'll come in at 150. And okay, so I know where we're headed. Okay. $110,923, good. And again, maintain 150 till 4 miles out.
Alive.
Singapore traffic, Clipper 21 heavy on the localizer, approximately 13 miles out for runway 2 left. Runway in sight. You know what? I forgot to put it in land, and we're not going to make it. Okay, so we'll take over and land it, hopefully by hand.
Flaps 20. Gear down.
And Singapore traffic, Clipper 21, approximately 5 miles out, 2 left, full stop.
Gears down. Green light.
Singapore traffic, scooter 430 pushing
Flaps
back
25.
on from Bay, Charlie 18 facing north,
Flaps 30.
1 Singapore.
Landing checklist.
Gear.
Down and check.
Down and check. Flaps.
Flaps 30.
Flaps 30. Spoilers.
Armed.
Ignition.
Flight start.
Anti-skid.
Check.
Altimeters. 1013. Set and cross-checked. Landing checklist completed.
All right, we are on the ILS. about 3 miles out. Looks like we've
1,000.
we're looking good.
Landing shortly. Please make sure your seatbelt is securely fastened.
500. 'Approaching minimums. Minimums. 50, 40, 30, 20, 10.
Check reverse. .60 knots. Auto brake off. Out, off, reverse.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to our destination airport. Please remain seated until the captain has switched off the fasten seatbelt sign.
All right, and we'll get to the after landing here in just a minute.
Cabin ready.
after landing checklist.
Brake pressure.
430.
Check.
With the check.
Body gear steering.
Arm.
Auto brakes.
Off.
Ignition.
Off.
Engine and wing anti-ice.
Off.
Radar and transponder.
Damn. Stand by.
Flaps.
Up.
Spoilers.
Down.
Stabilizer trim.
7 units.
Outflow valves. Open. Pressurization mode selector. Manual. Aft cargo heat. Let's see. Off. APU. Check. Checklist completed.
Parking brake set.
All right, let's get these lights off since they are super bright. Sorry about the quietness. It gets very,
Cabin crew, disarm slides.
very tough here. Let's see, go here. Hang on before we shut the other two off. Want to make sure I'm hitting the right switches. Okay. All right, there we go. Oh, please don't tell me this. Oh, okay. I'm like, what happened? All right, we got 800 points, 175 feet a minute. Not bad. Let's pull that up. Okay, hang on a second.
Cockpit to ground. Put the chocks on.
Chocks are on. Ground power.
Cabin crew, doors may be opened.
Be careful when opening the luggage bins, as hand luggage may have shifted during flight and could fall out. Please check the seat pockets for personal belongings. On behalf of the captain and the entire crew, we would like to thank you for joining us and looking forward to seeing you on board again in the near future. Thank you and goodbye.
All right, secure cockpit checklist.
Brakes.
Parked.
Beacon lights.
Off.
INS.
Hold on. Align.
Probe and window heat.
Off.
Back valves. Check. Fuel boost pumps. Let's see. Off. Reserve tank valves. Closed. Hydraulic panel. Let's see. Check. Oxygen. Check. Flight recorder. Off.
Sorry about that, folks. Didn't realize I muted my mic there. Hey, welcome to Singapore. We had a great flight. Just so people are aware, we landed according to Elevatech at 170 feet a minute. Toolkit put us in at, hang on a second, as you see on the screen. Now that's, which one are we at? Hang on, this is not Singapore. Here we go. 106 feet a minute, 128 knots, 1.2 Gs, about 30,000 feet down the runway, 15 feet off the center. So, wow, I don't even know what I clicked on. All right, well, folks, I hope you enjoyed the flight, and my apology for the muted mic. It might have been all the way through the approach, I don't know. Might have been after taxiing, and a lot of things were blowing up on my cell phone, so take care of that too. So be safe with the snowstorm. Hopefully it'll be through your area here soon, if not by tomorrow morning, and stay warm. That is the other big story with it, how cold it is, or at least up here north of, say, I-40. Interstate 40 for those not in the U.S. So y'all have a great rest of your weekend. Tomorrow we're back up 17Z. That's 11 o'clock Central my time here in the U.S. And we'll try to figure out what the heck we're gonna do tomorrow. So y'all have a great night. God bless. We'll see you on our next flight. Sound cool? Sound cool.